the speaker know that I'm here now. We can get started for the day.
Order. Clerk will ring the bell. Clerk will read the caption to a group of privileged resolutions.
Honoring the life and memory of Reverend Marie Fuller Davis. Honoring the life and memory of Matthew Matt Oliver. Honoring the life and memory of Roy Nunley Roberts, Sr. Recognizing and commending Mr. Shedrick Smith on his outstanding public service. Recognizing Friday, April 29, 2022 is Boyce L. Ansley School Day at the Georgia State Capitol. Recognizing and commending Cheryl Mazio. Recognizing and commending Mr. James T. Sapp on the wonderful occasion of his 100th birthday. Recognizing and commending Edgar Ola Lewis. Recognizing and commending Rose Tokyo Campbell. Recognizing and commending the Lions Club of Savannah. Congratulating Operation Lifesaver on its 50th anniversary. Recognizing Joyce Barlow. Recognizing and commending Evander Hollifield as an ambassador of goodwill. Commending Rachel Banks on achieving United States citizenship. Recognizing the need for responsible stewardship and prudent management of natural resources in Georgia. Recognizing June 5th, 2022 as HIV Long-Term Survivors Awareness Day. Recognizing and commending Mr. Kim Bak-Koo for his dedication and commitment to public service. Recognizing and honoring May 2022 as Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Recognizing and supporting the commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion throughout the great state of Georgia. Recognizing and commending the Benjamin E. Mays High School Raiders football team. And for other purposes, that completes the reading of the privileged resolutions.
Is there any objection to adopting the privileged resolutions? The chair hears none and the resolutions are adopted. Clerk will read the caption to H.R. 1082. H.R. 1082.
House Resolution 1082 by Representative Chokos of the 138th. A resolution creating the House Study Committee on State and Local Law Enforcement Salaries. This resolution having been assigned to the Committee on Public Safety and Homeland Security, that committee recommends that this resolution be adopted.
Chair recognizes Chairman Chokos to present the resolution.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. House Resolution 1082 is simply a study committee for us to address the salaries of our state and local law enforcement officers. We want to make some comparisons with the surrounding states so that we can ensure that our members of law enforcement have a good career in front of them, and we're not cannibalized by other states around us. And that's simply it. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. If not, I'll yield to well and ask for your favorable consideration.
There are no questions. And the gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none, and the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this resolution now be adopted? All in favor of the adoption of the resolution will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the adoption of the resolution. The yeas were 143, the nays were 0. The resolution, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore adopted. Chair recognizes the Chairman of Rules, Chairman, for an announcement.
Okay, rules will meet in 5 minutes.
The House will stand at ease for 10 minutes.
Damn these I'm running out of damn time. We're gonna have it's got to be read on the floor before we can get in the rules. Hey, house release of cheese. Have y'all sent the card for Eddie? I did. Here you go. This little line, and I'm gonna let it. I've been singing that all morning. It's good in your head. That is. That is. I've been singing it for the last several days since I thought about doing that.
Oh, that's awesome. Did you ask him to do it? That's awesome.
Well,
What a great thing.
I can't sing at all, and I thought it. So I talked to him. Nobody knew it but me and him met.
That's awesome. Randy, good job.
All right, this House will come back to order. I think we have enough work that'll keep us going here for a while. Chair recognizes, Mr. Clerk, you want to ring the bell? Chair recognizes Chairman Dubnik for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate amendment to the House substitute for SB 220 as amended by the House.
Chairman Dubnik has moved that the House agree to the Senate amendment to the House substitute to Senate Bill 220 as amended by the House. The clerk will read the caption.
Senate Bill 220 by Senator Payne to the 54th, Anna Duarte to the 31st, and others to be entitled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 14 to Title 20 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to education accountability assessment programs so as to create the Georgia Commission on Civics Education. This bill having referred to the Committee on Education, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Chairman Dubnik to explain his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the marriage of two bills that we passed last year unanimously. This sets up a financial literacy program in our K-12 system and also establishes civics education in our school system. Again, we've passed these unanimously, put them together. Happy to bring them to you and ask for your favorable consideration. And I'll yield the well.
Is there any objection to the House amendment? The chair hears none, and the House amendment is adopted. On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate amendment to the House substitute as amended by this House, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the gentleman's motion. The ayes are 165, the nays are 0. And this House has agreed to the Senate amendment to the House substitute to Senate Bill 220 as amended by this House. Chair recognizes Representative Victor Anderson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1461.
Representative Anderson has moved that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1461. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 1461 by Representative Anderson to the 10th, Jones to the 47th, and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 36 of Title 36 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to annexation of territory so as to revise provisions relating to dispute resolution.
Chair recognizes Representative Anderson to explain his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1461 promoted communication and expanded procedural timeframes for annexation, primarily in the dispute resolution areas. The Senate has added a section to, again, promote more communication by requiring additional notifications in a 60% annexation method of all property owners. With that, I ask for your favorable consideration. I yield the will.
On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1461, all those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 165, the nays are 0, and this House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1461. Chair recognizes Chairman Hawkins for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute on HB 1276.
Chairman Hawkins has moved that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1276. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 1276 by Representative Hawkins, the 27th and others to be titled an act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 31 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to the Department of Community Health. So it's required that statistical reports containing data relating to state health plans be posted on the department website.
Chair recognizes Chairman Hawkins to explain his motion.
Thank you, sir. Actually, the Senate did not make any changes to this legislation. I think they realize the importance of knowing the number, type, and any changes in healthcare providers throughout the state. Very important to our health, including mental health. What was changed was a request by DCH to remove net of rebates from the PBM section. They found it was very hard for them to do this, keep those numbers, so I agreed to that, and that's all the changes. And if I have no questions.
No questions.
Ask for your consideration.
On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1276. All those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 162, the nays are 4, and this House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1276. Chair recognizes Chairman Gunter for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1183.
Chairman Gunter has moved that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1183. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 1183 by Representative Gunter, the 8th and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 6 of Title 17 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to bonds so as to provide for an increase in the time allotted to try a criminal case in judicial emergencies.
Chair recognizes Chairman Gunter to explain his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 1183 passed out of here and dealt with the criminal bonds statutes, amended that to give more time to the bondsman to recover a fugitive. That part of the bill has stayed the same over in the Senate, but they added to the bill provision that caps $1 million for the maximum amount of cash that a professional bail bondsman would have to post per county. That's not a requirement, but it's a cap. It's up to that amount. It also provides that the bail bondsman, at the discretion of the sheriff, could be required to have up to and not in excess of 5% of their outstanding open liability in a cash escrow account or some other form of collateral. And I'll take any questions if you have it.
You have no questions.
I ask for your favorable consideration.
On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1183, all those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 165, the nays are 0, and this House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1183. You know that come tomorrow morning what your new name will be, don't you? Dean Green. The mantle is being passed. Chair recognizes Chairman Green for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Resolution 664.
Chairman Green has moved that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Resolution 644. It's 664. All right. Betsy and me have never been wrong. That's still intact. Chair recognizes Chairman Green to explain his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the House, this is our annual conveyance resolution, and the Senate has added a couple more. In fact, they added 7 to that, and all the members that are affected on the House and the Senate side has been notified. We have created a flow chart that shows that you have been notified of the conveyances here, and that's all it did, Mr. Speaker. So I would ask that you give favorable consideration to House Resolution 644 by committee substitute, Senate committee substitute. Thank you.
On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Resolution 664, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 165, the nays are 1. then this House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Resolution 664. Chair recognizes Chairman Green for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Resolution 683.
Clerk will read the caption.
House Resolution 683 by Representative Green of the 151st and others authorizing the grant of a non-exclusive easements for the construction, installation, operation, maintenance of facilities, utilities, roads, and ingresses and egresses in, on, over, and upon, or across property owned by the state of Georgia.
Chair recognizes Chairman Green to explain his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is our annual easement bill or House resolution, and the Senate has added one easement to the House Resolution 683, and that's in Emmanuel County. And I recommend that you pass this with a due pass with the Senate substitute to House Resolution 683. Mr. Speaker, I yield the will.
On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Resolution 683, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the gentleman's motion. The ayes are 166, the nays are 0. This House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Resolution 683. Chair recognizes Chairman Dickey for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1150.
Chairman Dickey has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1150. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 1150 by Representative Dickey, the 140th, and others, to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 4117 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to the treatment of agriculture facilities and operations and forest lands.
Chair recognizes Chairman Dickey to explain the Senate sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill we bipartisanly sent over to the Senate. They made some positive changes. The Senate doubled the time that the farm could claim protection, further concessions for CAFOs, carve out, and abundantly clear that this bill will not override any rules, regulations, or zonings. Good additions over in the Senate, and I'd ask your favorable considerations for this bill.
On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1150. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 106, the nays are 60, and this House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1150. Chair recognizes Chairman Perkle for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute to HB 1175.
Chairman Perkle has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1175. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 1175 by Representative Perkle, 155th and others, to be titled Act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 26 of the Official Code of Georgia and Territory relating to standards, labeling, and adulteration of food, so as to authorize and regulate the production, handling, transportation, and sale of raw milk and raw milk products.
Chair recognizes Chairman Perkle to explain his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There were 3 changes to the raw milk bill. The first, several of you mentioned that you wanted a strengthened label. So we actually added the word warning to the label, warning, and at the end included the language may increase the risk of foodborne illness, that we may make sure that the people know what they're getting. The second, added language to clarify that personal consumption of raw milk by the owner of a milk cow is allowed. And thirdly, we moved the effective date to 7/1/23 so that we have time to formulate the new process. The Senate did add an amendment. The Senate added an amendment that I'm okay with. It addresses opioid deaths. It legalizes a test strip that will detect the presence of fentanyl. And that's the changes. They're good ones, and ask for your favorable consideration.
On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1175, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 110, the nays are 55. This House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1175. Chair recognizes Representative Lott for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute to HB 1188.
Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 1188 by Representative Lott of the 122nd and others, to be titled an Act to amend Code Section 1664. The Official Code of Georgia and Territory relating to child molestation and aggravated child molestation, so as to provide that each act of child molestation shall be charged as a separate offense.
Chair recognizes Representative Lott to explain her motion.
Colleagues, this House passed 163 to 0, HB 1188. In the Senate, it truly was made better. Senator Jordan did have an idea to make it so that it is now unlawful for any high-risk sex offender to access or use any commercial social networking website to believe, if they believe that the child is under 16 years old that they're communicating with, and they can no longer, and they cannot pretend to be or pose to be under the age of 16. Great amendment. It passed 51-0 in the Senate, and I ask for your favorable consideration and yield for any questions if there are any.
On the lady's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1188, all those in favor will vote aye, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the lady's motion, the ayes are 166, the nays are 0. This House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1188. Chair recognizes the Chairman of the House Rules Committee, Chairman Smith.
There may not be much cheering after I tell you what I'm going to tell you. We're being inundated with rule substitutes. As of right now, we still have people dropping off rule substitutes. The chances of those rule substitutes that have been dropped recently or will be proposed to be dropped, something may freeze over before they come out of rules. I hate to be that way, but and next year I am going to recommend that there be no rule substitutes after day 36 or 37 to give us adequate time to look at those things. Because we've got rule substitutes now that are coming out that we don't have a clue what's in them until we have time to read them and do what we're supposed to do for this state. I don't want to see any more rule substitutes. Thank you, sir.
Be warned. Clerk will read the caption to House Resolution 1147.
House Resolution 1147 by Representative Donahue the 30th and others, a resolution urging the President of the United States to consider the current geographical tensions and support policies and take measures to ensure America's long-term energy affordability, security, leadership, and progress. This resolution has been referred to the Committee on Economic, Energy, Utilities, and Telecommunications. That committee recommends that this resolution be adopted.
Chair recognizes Representative Donahue to present the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I bring before House Resolution 1147. We're urging the President of the United States to allow America's long-term energy affordability, security, leadership, and progress, including actions that result in the continued operation of existing oil and natural gas pipelines, the construction of new pipelines, and the end to restricting on developing our nation's onshore and offshore national resources. Basically, every 5 years, we have a contract where we can lease properties offshore and onshore. This July, we will have that come up to be signed again. This pretty much wears all oil and natural gas, vital components of our nation's economy, providing more than 11 million jobs nationwide, including 247,000 total jobs, 30.8 billion in gross domestic home income of Georgia alone. Whereas the world is looking to America for energy, leadership, and stability as current events pose potential economic disruptions when inflation already affects households both in the U.S., across Europe,
If we remember, gas was $1.69 to $1.89 16 months ago. And now you can fill up for about $4.49. Diesel is somewhere around $5.29. So all we're doing is asking for us to be allowed to use the resources that we have in Georgia and the US of A. And I challenge each person here to at least think about when you go home tonight, you fill your vehicles up. My truck goes 34.9 gallons. My bass boat is 57. So guess what? That's about $400 when I go to fill up both of them. I'd sure like to get back down to the natural. But thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
All right, we have another member that wished to be heard, and then we have a minority report. The chair recognizes Representative Beth Moore to speak to the bill.
Colleagues, I know that today's our last day in the House, including my last day, and so I expect that there will be accusations of politicking going on in this well from both sides. There's probably some merit to that. But, you know, this resolution came through the Energy, Utilities, and Telecom Committee, and, you know, I have so enjoyed being a member of that committee because we do really good work in that committee. This year we focused on, on electric vehicle charging stations. We've done a lot of work with solar energy. The future of energy in America is not digging up dinosaur bones, all right? It's in the sun, it's in the wind. So for us to get up here and say, let's dig our heels more into oil and gas is not the look that we want to give the public here in the Georgia House. So I rise in opposition to this House resolution. You know, if there was ever an accusation that the president has a direct impact on oil and gas, I would say that person is mistaken, and I would say that no matter whose party held the presidency. So I ask you to vote no on this. And when I do that, I'm also asking you to remember that this assertion that politics is causing gas prices to go up. Let us remember that the oil and gas companies are private, for-profit companies. They set the gas prices. So to say that, oh, the president is causing gas prices to go up, Congress is causing it, geopolitical politics, yeah, maybe that has something to do with it. But it is the CEOs of oil and gas companies that set the prices. So if we're going to urge the president to do something about it, I thought it might only be fair to ask the CEOs of the oil and gas companies to do it. So while we're here, let's call on David Lawler, Chairman and President of BP America, Michael K. Worth, Chairman and CEO of Chevron, Richard Moncrief, President and CEO of Devon Energy, Darren Woods, CEO of ExxonMobil, Scott D. Sheffield, CEO of Pioneer Natural Resources, and Gretchen Watkins, President of Shell USA. They are the ones taking advantage of a geopolitical conflict to raise gas prices, and then using the whole, oh, let's ask the president to do something about it as a way to distract from the profiteering of oil and gas companies in a time of crisis. So we should urge them to stop raising gas prices at a time when Americans need a little bit of relief. Thank you.
There also is a minority report on this measure. Is this your last time to speak in the House, or am I just hoping that? You know, I had a member this morning, representative, that wanted me to ignore the fact that we don't have to do immediate transmittals today to immediately transmit you to the state Senate. Not you. Chair recognizes Representative McLaurin for the minority report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, to address the chair's question, I think all of us in here know that we do a lot better when we let the spirit move us to speak than when we meticulously go home and write out speeches a day in advance. So in that spirit, Mr. Speaker, the House rules provide for a minority report, which was duly filed on this resolution in the EUT committee. And here we are, pursuant to the proper procedure and process, delivering a minority report in opposition to this resolution, which, as you heard the members say, is a political stunt in an election year. But let's talk about the substance of this resolution, using this minority report to elucidate why this resolution is being brought and why it might miss the mark from a factual standpoint. If you look at line 19 of this resolution, it says, whereas the Biden administration continues to increase costs and delay efforts to develop oil and natural gas leasing on federal lands and waters, despite the fact that the program provides billions of dollars in revenues to federal, state, and local governments and supports conservation programs throughout the country. I almost hope that my opponent clips that to make it sound like I said it, because that would be entertaining. But that is the rhetoric that has been put before the House today, the rhetoric that Democrats in opposition in committee moved to amend out of the resolution to make a bipartisan statement about the difficulty that Americans are facing with gas prices. But that amendment was rejected, ladies and gentlemen. Why? Because we face an election year of historic proportions in this state, where every single thread of potential partisan conflict we must grasp onto in order to make our case to our base that's going to turn out anyway because of how polarized the country is. And they don't need one oil and gas resolution to do that, but we're insistent because we say to our base, don't worry, we've got your back, not just on one bill, but 2 bills and 5 bills and 10 bills, and also this resolution and every issue that's ever polarized you, everything that's ever graced Tucker Carlson on Fox News at 9 o'clock when you're tired and you don't know what to hate, and so the TV tells you for you what you need to hate. Don't worry, because we've got your back. You can hate President Biden for his increasing costs and delaying efforts. Well, unfortunately, facts are a stubborn thing, say some of our favorite conservative commentators. And one of the facts to consider in this case is that just days ago, in fact, probably minutes before the EUT committee passed this resolution, the Biden administration began taking steps to release tens of millions of barrels of oil in order to decrease oil and gas prices. Because as the member aptly stated in speaking in opposition to the bill, what would you do if you were an oil company with a de facto cartel over a global supply and the price just happened to increase because of wartime conditions? You might say, I don't know if I'm ready for these prices to drop just yet. It may be that we want to enjoy an artificially restricted supply for the moment so that we can make a couple bucks while Americans are suffering. And those same oil companies who, this resolution says that regulations are, poor ExxonMobil is like trying to make it through the day, but they can't because these regulations are like the brush that they're walking through, disorienting and stinging. But these regulations are not the problem. Why? Because we all know, another fact, that these oil companies are sitting on millions of leased acres of federal land that they aren't using. They're undeveloped. It's not that they have to develop new land, because they've already got it. And again, if you were an oil company, what would you do? Would you rush to start producing on your undeveloped lands that you're already leasing to take down your prices, record level profits that you're enjoying? No. What's much easier to do than that? Blame the Biden administration. Am I right? I'm right. Now, with this minority report that is granted under the rules of the House, I would like to take a quick detour, a very short detour, Mr. Speaker, into a more thematic approach to opposition to this resolution, which is to talk about partisanship and the usefulness of partisan messaging. By a show of hands, nobody's going to raise their hand, but I'm going to use this device. How many people in here have heard their voters say, Republican or Democrat, we're tired of the bickering, right? We're tired of opposition for the sake of opposition that's just meant to inflame partisan tensions. My voters have said that. Even my most dedicated liberal voters in the base who want me to vote left on all the stuff we do. Those same people say to me, I just wish that it weren't so vitriolic. I wish that we weren't constantly snipping at each other for nothing. Now, let me admit something to you. When I first ran for the State House in 2018, I ran because of Donald Trump. I went to my primary care physician. I said, "Doc, there's something wrong, and I don't know what it is." And they put a stethoscope on my chest, and they used a little thing to look in my ear. They said, "Say ah, ah." And I was in there for about 20 minutes, and the nurse came back, and she said, "We have some bad news. It appears you have Trump derangement syndrome." That was a hard day. That was a hard day because, I thought maybe it's just me, But no, it was something that a lot of us came down with. And so, actually, little known fact, every member of the D17 who got elected in 2018, the Democratic incoming class, we were all simultaneously gardening when we found out Trump got elected. We were all like different parts of the garden. And when we found out, it was like 2 a.m, right, when the results were called, we all looked up in this very dramatic way towards the sky. We dropped our garden implements in slow motion, and each of us from the corners of the state started walking to the state capitol, all at once. Now, the reason we did it is because we were Trump deranged. It was very partisan. We were explicitly like, this country's going down the tank. This one guy, right? This one guy is the problem. I am going to make a point, Madam Chair, I promise. This one guy is the problem. And we got here, and you guys remember, I'm talking to people in my class, do you remember when we got here and we realized how much more there was to state legislative service, to caring about the public, caring about voters, and more importantly, and I've spoken to this from the well, relationships within this body that matter a lot to us. We learned a great deal about how complex representation is and how important it is to come together to put the small stuff away, because ultimately that's what it's about, is putting the small stuff away and recognizing that a lot of what we do here is bipartisan. I have changed a lot as a person since we got elected in 2018. I have grown to appreciate perspectives that I would not have appreciated when I came in, when the whole reason for coming in was like national politics, whatever. I've grown, I've changed, and I've recognized that I like being here for reasons that have nothing to do with the headlines on CNN and MSNBC. So, in a very serious way, the last thing I'll say is, this resolution, is not in that spirit. This resolution is just a quick bite for an election year, and look, maybe we'll do this too, right? I mean, this is the argument you can always make, is, if you guys are in the majority, you do the same thing. Maybe we will do this. Maybe we'll hit a future Republican president, and maybe that'll be appropriate when it happens. I don't know. Maybe it'll be good, maybe it'll be bad. But we all know what this is, and at the end of the day, whether you think climate change is real or not, whether you have arguments about energy or not that you think are, reasonable people can disagree about, we're only going to win long term, we're only going to make it out of this funk we're in, if we think long and hard about whether we want to do this and whether it's worth it. And you may make the judgment today that it's worth it, but in general, remember, this is playing with fire. Remember that the base voters are going to respond to the signals we give them. And if we want a happy state that lives in community with each other, we got to make sure when we take our shots that we really want to take them. Okay. I appreciate your time. Thanks for my tolerating my shenanigans. Love you guys. Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
What purpose does Representative Ridley rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it not true that my friend in the well does put on a great show, but from the mountains where we're from, it's just simple. If you got to ship stuff from halfway around the world, it's cost a whole lot more than to get it here at home. Is that not true?
If you say it is, it is. All right. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this resolution now be adopted? All those in favor of the adoption of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. What purpose does Chairman Parsons rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true, Mr. Speaker, that what this is all about actually is not attacking the president or anything like that, but it's about urging the president to take certain actions that he can take to either do things or undo things that he's done that will allow for more drilling, allow for more exploration without penalties, which he has proposed. He's actually proposed just this past week penalties on drilling, further penalties for drilling on government lands. Isn't it true that's what this is about, is helping the American people here in Georgia, to pay a more reasonable price for their gasoline? Is that not true?
It appears to me to be the language worded that way. It would also strike the chair that somehow I don't think that they're holding their breath in Washington waiting on this to get up there. Any more than they did in the prior administration, hold their breath for things like this to get up there, but they are interesting and give us a diversion from the legislation that we need to be working on. Having said all that, have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the adoption of House Resolution 1147. The ayes are 99, the nays are 70. This resolution, having received a requisite constitutional majority, has therefore been adopted. All right, we're going to take a 2 or 3 minute break here and kind of regroup on some things on the calendar. If y'all want a restroom break or a cup of coffee break, feel free to do that. House will come back to order. House will come back to order. Chair recognizes Chairman Jaspers for a motion. Members of the House will please take your seats. Chairman Jaspers is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Resolution 820.
Chairman Jaspers has moved that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Resolution 820. The clerk will read the caption.
House Resolution 820 by Representative England of the 116th, a resolution honoring the life of Mr. James L. J. Boss and dedicating the intersection in his memory.
Chair recognizes Chairman Jaspers to explain his motion.
Thank you. As y'all heard from the description of Chairman England's relatives, this is a road naming bill, and what the Senate did is add their late arrivals to our House resolution, and that's all it did, and it's in very good shape. I hope you vote to agree with that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Resolution 820, all those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 165, the nays are 0, and this House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Resolution 820. Chair recognizes Representative Momdahan for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this House receive its position on Senate Bill 346.
Representative Momdahan has moved that this House recede from its position on Senate Bill 346. The clerk will read the caption.
Senate Bill 346 by Senator Mullis, the 53rd, and others to be entitled an act to amend Part 1 of Article 3 of Chapter 5 of Title 50, the official code of Georgia and Territory relating the general authority, duty, and procedures of the Department of Administrative Services.
Chair recognizes Representative Momdahan to explain his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After working with DOAS and others, we found that the House bill was a little bit overly casting its nets too wide, I guess you'd say. And so we're going to roll it back to the Senate version that we feel that does a better job in catching those actors we're trying to catch. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'll yield the well.
On the gentleman's motion that this House recede from its position on Senate Bill 346, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 100. The nays are 66. This House has receded from the House position on Senate Bill 346. Chair recognizes Chairman Stevens for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1053 as amended by this House.
Chairman Stevens has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1053 as amended by this House. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 1053 by Representative Stevens, the 164th and others, being entitled an act to amend Article 2, Chapter 7, Title 4080 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to imposition rate, computation exemptions, and credits for state income tax.
Chair recognizes Chairman Stevens to explain his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the entertainment post-production bill that is expiring. The Senate went in and gutted it pretty well. They put a 2-year sunset on the thing. This brings the sunset back to 3 years. It restores the transferability to 3 years. And this gives it time. As you might recall, we started taxing all the royalties on these films, which could be massive if it goes into syndication. And this gives it time for us to catch the revenues and stack those, if you will, over a long period of time. And I would ask for your favorable consideration.
On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1053 as amended by this House, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. What purpose does Chairman Carson rise?
Pursuant to Rule 133, I ask to be excused from this vote.
Gentleman has that right, and the journal will so reflect. What purpose does Chairman Todd Jones rise?
Pursuant to 133, I'd like to be excused from this vote.
Gentleman has that right, and the journal will so reflect. What purpose does Chairman Houston rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Can these tax credits be sold? Transferred, excuse me, that's the proper word, I guess.
Just give me a nod of the head.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Have all members voted? What purpose does Representative Holland rise?
Pursuant to Rule 133, I ask to be excused from this vote.
Lady has that right, and the journal will so reflect. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 132, the nays are 33. This House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1053 as amended by this House. Chair recognizes Representative Cantrell for a motion.
I move that the House agree to the Senate sub for House Bill 56.
Chairman Cantrell has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 56. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill number 56 by Representative Cantrell of the 22nd to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 1562 of the Official Code of Georgia and Territory relating the number of judges of Superior Courts as to provide for additional judge of the Superior Courts of the Blue Ridge Judicial Circuit.
Chair recognizes Representative Cantrell to explain his motion.
Colleagues, this is a bill that we passed unanimously. It passed unanimously out of the Senate. The only change is the effective date. For budgeting purposes, we moved the effective date from July 1 to January 1. That's the only change. So I ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you.
On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 56, all those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the gentleman's motion. The ayes are 168, the nays are 0. This House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 56. Chair recognizes Chairman Dempsey for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 412.
Chairman Dempsey has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 412. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 412 by Representative Dempsey the 13th and others being entitled an act to amend Title 43 of the Official Code of Georgia and Territory relating to professions and businesses so as to provide for the licensure of individuals in the practice of applied behavior analysis.
Chair recognizes Chairman Dempsey to explain her motion.
As the clerk stated, 412 is the licensure of individuals in the practice of applied behavioral analysis. The House overwhelmingly voted to support this measure. The Senate added 3 changes. They added the addition to include service to the now in comp waivers, reference to the national website for technician registration, and an effective date of 7/1/2023. And that is all that they did. I ask that you agree with this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
On the lady's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 412, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the lady's motion, the ayes are 163. The nays are 5, and this House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 412. Chair recognizes Chairman Chokas for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 918.
Chairman Chokus has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 918. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 918 by Representative Chokus, the 138th and others being entitled an act to amend Title 31 of the official code of Georgia annotated relating to health, so as to provide for the establishment of the Georgia Rare Disease Advisory Council.
Chair recognizes Chairman Chokus to explain his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the House, House Bill 918, as you remember, created the Georgia Rare Disease Advisory Council. It passed the House overwhelmingly. The Senate changed lines 90 through 97, and to paraphrase that, to advise the Department of Community Health with respect to state health plans in their review of new medications, drugs, biological products within emerging fields for specialized medicine and gene editing therapies for the treatment of rare diseases. And also the department shall seek input from the Advisory Council on topics included but not limited to coverage, cost sharing, tiering, and utilization management. All these benefited the bill, and I ask for your favorable consideration, and I'll answer any questions if necessary.
No questions. On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 918, all those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 162. The nays are 2, and this House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 918. Chair recognizes Chairman Todd Jones for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute of House Bill 1009.
Chairman Jones has moved that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1009. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 1009 by Representative Jones, the 25th to be titled an act to amend Title 40 of the official code of Georgia annotated relating to motor vehicles and traffic so as to authorize the use of personal delivery devices to transport cargo within the state.
Chair recognizes Chairman Jones to explain his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the robot bill, and there are 6 key differences coming back from the Senate that we work together to do. First and foremost, we limit the weight of the cargo to 100 pounds. We increase the distance in terms of the PDD being able to emit a sound by 3x from 2 feet to 6 feet. We lower the speed of the robot on a sidewalk to 4 miles per hour, which is the average walking speed of an adult. It requires a phone number be attached to the PDD or the robot, so it's answered by a Georgian. We thought that that was important, not a call center outside of the state. It increases the liability coverage to $250,000 from $100,000 and exempts the Atlanta Beltline. Mr. Speaker, that is a summary of the changes, and I'm happy to take any questions.
You have no questions.
Thank you very much. I yield the well.
On the gentleman's motion, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? What purpose does Representative Gravely rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that the gentleman failed to recognize or at least state that the first model of these robots will be known as the R2D2 model?
I don't have any knowledge about that, so. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 151, the nays are 14, and this House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1009. Chair recognizes Representative Tyler Paul Smith for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 733.
Representative Smith has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 733. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 733 by Representative Smith of the 18th and others to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 3363.3 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to definitions regarding guaranteed asset protection waivers so as to revise the definition of a guaranteed asset protection waiver.
On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 733, all those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. What purpose does Representative Jasmine Clark rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Was the sponsor of the bill not going to present the bill? So, because the bill did change fundamentally. Is it not true? He never said anything. He never.
Huh? Did I not recognize you to speak to the bill?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Well, get back down here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, clerk's office will cancel the vote. Chair recognizes Representative Tyler Paul Smith to explain his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I bring to this House the Senate substitute to House Bill 733. This was our gap waiver bill, which this House passed overwhelmingly. You'll see the additions that were made by the Senate in the second section includes language that aims to diagnose breast cancer earlier by eliminating a patient's out-of-pocket costs for medically necessary diagnostic and supplemental breast examinations. Eliminating out-of-pocket costs for diagnostic imaging would improve access and lead to more patients receiving early detection services and return to screening. Mr. Speaker, in essence, that is the change to the bill, and I'll yield for a question.
You have a question if you care to yield.
I'll yield.
Chair recognizes Representative Holly up in the gallery for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Do you yield?
Yes, sir.
Is it not true that it felt pretty good to get that run out of there before you even be able to speak that bill?
You know, Representative, I don't try to take any more initiative than what I'm given. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'll yield the will.
On the gentleman's motion, all those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 161, the nays are 4. The gentleman's motion having has passed. The House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 733. Chair recognizes the chairman of the House Rules Committee.
Make a motion.
State your motion.
Speaker, I've got 3 bills that need to be sent back to Rules.
You want to try to vote them all three together?
I'm at your pleasure. I'll give you the
Let's
numbers.
try it and see.
All right, H.R. 894, H.R. 1024, and SB 359.
Mr. Clerk, can you read the captions to those 3? Clerk may proceed.
House Resolution 894 by Representative Camp of the 131st, proposing an amendment to the Constitution so as to provide the General Assembly shall be entitled to specifically appropriate all unanticipated federal funding allocated to the state for fiscal year.
On the motion on H.R. 894, what was that, 894? On the motion is released to House Resolution 894. Is there objection to recommitting it to Rules? Hearing none, it is so ordered. House Resolution 1024, read the caption.
House Bill 1024 by Representative Kirby, the 112th, creating House Study Committee on indexing maximum weekly workers' compensation indemnity benefits.
Is there any objection to recommitting? There is objection. Does the gentleman move? Is there a move? There is a move. All those in favor of sending House Resolution 1024 back to Rules will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the motion. The ayes are 97, the nays are 65, and this one is back in rules. The next one is
Senate Bill 359.
Senate Bill 359.
Senate Bill 359 by Senator Albers of the 56th and others to be titled an act to amend Chapter 1 and Title 15 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to general provisions concerning courts so as to require a biennial report and recommendation from the Council of Accountability Court Judges of Georgia.
On the gentleman's motion to recommit Senate Bill 359, is there objection? Is there objection? The chair hears none, and it is so ordered. All three of those are back in the Rules Committee. Chair recognizes the chair of the House Rules Committee for an announcement.
Gosh, where's all the cheering? Rules will meet at 7:30. Rules will meet at 7:30. Thank you.
The House Rules Committee will meet at 7:30. This house will be in recess for dinner until 7:40. 7:40.